Do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit! Trying to hit me and hit me. Hello, sir? Hello, sir? Sir? Sir?
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. Did not work at all.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Why, hello. How's everybody doing? So, I was gonna work on refining my filters up a little bit, but
get your magic find characters ready.
Beep boop.
Janove, thank you for the prime, and Twilight Walker also thank you for the prime. Is it gonna get spammed, so you gotta do it now? Okay, so it's I assume it's the first set of ascendancy things, and if it is, it's got to be at least like 4 or 5 of them, at least. In this expansion, we're able to draw classes means further character customizations in in-game. You see the bloodlines in rain. Here are some of the bloodline ascendancies you can acquire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 10 total, right? So we got over half of them? Wait, this does not include the 3 from the trailer. So we've got all but 1. Okay. Interesting. I really thought they'd give us like 3 or 4 at a time. The breach specific one. Yeah, you expect it to be drip fed, right? Okay. Well, that's some good news, because we fully updated the guides, except for I haven't actually made the video because we were just sort of like, but what about bloodlines? But what about bloodlines? So if we're looking at bloodlines now, then we get to include them. All right. Let's have a look at some. Oh shit, that says minions. Hold the phone. What's this one? Okay, so we start here. Warcry speed out this side. And then 2% attack speed per minion up to 80%. Minions of 80% increased damage if you've Warcried recently. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, actually, let's do that. No, the attack speed will not affect minions. Okay, but there are Warcry, not our minion builds, but there are literally like champion Warcry minion builds. I think they were like named like cheerleader supports or whatever, and they were like pretty good. Okay. Down this way, minions have 25%. Maximum number of raised specters is 1. Oh. Oh. Raised beast specters have Farrell's Pharic presence and 3 additional random modifiers chosen in each area. Farrell's Pharic presence is an aura that gives 80% accuracy, 120% increased critical strike chance, and take no extra damage from crits. Okay. Or this one, so again, 3 random modifiers plus Farrell's fertile presence. Which gives an aura that gives 100% increased damage, regenerate 3% of life per second, and cannot be stunned. Or Farrell's Wild Presence. Farrell's Wild Presence is an aura that gives 20% attack, cast, and movement speed, and prevents action speed from being slowed below the base value. Oh. Huh. Huh. Interesting. So one tiger beast and one of these guys might be a pretty good option. It is only 2 passives, so you have to give up 1 thing, but that's fine. Okay, what's the last one? Minions damage and summon Spectral Tiger on critical strike. Summons a Spectral Tiger Italian that attacks nearby enemies and dies after a duration. Each Spectral Tiger grants you a buff that increases critical strike chance and increases attack and cast speed. If you have the maximum, so that one doesn't give that one doesn't give anything to minions. That gives you some minions, but those minions give you a buff and you can't support them. Yeah, it's basically wolves, but they're tigers. So for our minion work, this isn't great. This one's interesting, but probably not for us. This, however, is very interesting and potentially quite worth. We'll have to figure out if these modifiers are worth giving up 2 extra specters. Because we should have 3 specters, and instead we're going to have 1 specter. So we'll have to see if that's worth it. Open image in new tab. All right, Lycia. bloodline, whatever that's called. When it expires, does it count it being killed? Generally, no, but also sometimes. Okay, so we got increased curse effect. Create profane ground instead of consecrated ground. Profane ground you create also inflicts malediction on enemies. Profane ground you create also affects you and allies, granting chaotic might. 30% fizzes extra. Huh. It's this one for Holy Relic right now. That's sexy. 30% of fizzes extra is amazing, and malediction is also amazing. That's basically going to be about 25% more damage, and that's 10, so about 35% more overall, plus some crit and curse effect. Yeah, we would use rational doctrine to create it, like I did in the crit version. Okay. Effective Herald buff on you, 20% is pretty shit. Heralds have 2% more buff effect for every 1% of maximum mana they reserve. Herald and minions from Herald skill deal 1% more damage for every 1% of maximum life those skills reserve. Oh. Huh. Low life Herald of Purity? Fucking maybe. Okay, not relevant for our current minion builds, but also Herald of Purity and Herald of Agony, both quite decent-ish as far as minions go. And Herald of Agony itself getting more buff effect is really good for like non-minion builds. Like if we can get even let's say that it just reserves the 25%, right? Even if you don't give it anything, that would still be 50% more buff effect, which is quite good. Uh, 50% of lightning converted to chaos, 50% of cold, 50% of fire converted to chaos with some chaos damage. Okay. 90% of lightning into chaos with 50% conversion node. No, so conversions happen in a very specific order. It's physical to lightning happens first. Lightning to cold happens... No, physical... Shit, what's the order? Physical to lightning happens first. Then lightning to cold, then cold to fire. And then usually fire to chaos. Right? This is bypassing that, so it is converting cold and lightning to chaos. So how will that happen? If I had to guess, okay, so if I had to guess, we'd have our box of damage that is, let's say we're just doing Stormbrand, right? Let's just say we're doing Stormbrand. So we'd have it lightning. The whole thing would be lightning. So one Call of the Brotherhood gives you how much conversion? 100, right? Right. Okay. So two of them is essentially 100. It's 98, right? So I think what would happen is that your next damage box would be split into a third would go cold. No, not a third would go cold. 2/3 would go cold instead of 100%, or close enough to, just assuming it rounds up to 100. It'll actually be like 98 or whatever, right? But I think it'll be, and then 1/3 chaos. But then, because this will affect the lightning, right? 50% lightning. But if you've got 50% lightning convert and 100% chaos convert, that's 150. And that'll squish on that conversion down to still being 100. So it would become 33% chaos and 66% cold, right? But then because we convert half of the cold as well, you would get a third and therefore final box, right? That would end up being split into 3, and you would end up with 2/3 chaos and 1/3 cold still. Right? This is what I would expect to happen. Initial damage, too much conversion, so it gets squished into 100, and then you get to convert this portion again, so it becomes like that. Now, if you just did one Call of the Brotherhood, right? If you just did one Call of the Brotherhood, then you would just end up with a 50-50 box. Well, it'd be more like a slither down here, right? That's how it would work. If you just did one Call of the Brotherhood, it would be like 50% chaos, and then like 48% cold, and then like fucking 2% lightning down here. Yeah. That is how that would work with Stormbrand. Right? If you use 2 of them, you end up with 66%. If you use 1 of them, you end up with 50. Then you would cold the fire and do it again. Okay, if we cold the fire it again, is cold the fire 50% or 100? I don't remember. Cold the fire is 50, but it also has 20% as extra, right? Okay, so this bit wouldn't change, right? That bit wouldn't change because we've already converted that. So cold the fire would affect 50% of this remaining. So the other thing that wouldn't change is the tiny bit of lightning, right? That would also just be lightning still. 29% as extra. So that would be 29%. Is it 29% of cold as extra or of damage as extra? It's just cold as extra, right? Okay. Okay, so that would mean, so we've got, wouldn't you still just end up at 66% chaos? I feel like you would still end up at about 66% chaos. It's just that the remaining would now be split between cold and fire, but you would have slightly more overall damage. I don't know if that's worth. Hey, go away. Don't save. I don't know if that's worth. I love this one though. All right, next. What are you? 15% CDR. Grants level 20 Misty Reflection. Dash backwards, leaving a short-lived mist copy of yourself. The copy can be damaged by enemies, and copies that are killed by enemies will apply a debuff in the area that makes against targets take 30% increased damage and deal 30% less for 4 seconds. You know, pass. That sounds annoying. How does the math work out with skills that already convert 50% from fizz to lightning? Whether it is inherent or not in the skill doesn't matter. So like if it's 50% fizz to lightning already and you just use that ascendancy, it'll just only convert to lightning, right? Like the fizz bit doesn't, whether it's inherent to the skill or something you add after, you add all the total conversions together, and if the amount is above 100, you squish them all proportionally. Okay, I don't really love that one personally. Let's look up here. Grants a level 1 Embrace Madness skill. While affected by Glorious Madness, inflict mania on nearby enemies every second. Grants Glorious Madness. While under Glorious Madness, gain a random touched debuff every 2 seconds. Using this skill again will remove Glorious Madness and the touch debuffs it inflicts, but you'll be unable to embrace Madness again until the cooldown expires. Mania applies 4% increased damage taken and 2% reduced action speed and 10% reduced energy shield recovery rate. 15 seconds. It can be applied 15 times. Okay, 15% reduced life and energy shield recovery rate. That is interesting. Somebody's going to use that really well. It's not for us, but someone is. Oh my. Huh. Take 40% less damage from hits. For 4 seconds after each hit you take, lose life equal to 40% of the damage taken from that hit. But non-cluster jewels socketed in your passive tree have no effect. So when this says socketed in your passive tree, I wonder if it's okay to put jewels still in the clusters. That's the important bit here. Because if we just mean the ones in the tree, so like I can't use this socket, I can't use that socket, I can't use that socket, then that's great. As long as when I put a jewel in out here, it works still, then I can make that work. Yeah, unless we get told, there's no way that we will know whether that includes the cluster jewel regular sockets or not. Losing a timeless jewel sounds a little rough. Sure, but that's a 40% progenesis on a fucking ascendancy point. That's insane. Like, that's insane. Four seconds after each hit, lose life equal to 40%. Okay, yeah, no, it's not a progenesis because it isn't happening. It's just splitting the damage into 2 hits, right? 1 hit for 60% at the beginning. 4 seconds later, another hit for 40%. However, it's also not it's also not a hit. It's a lose life which means if you were a hybrid build who took damage to their energy shield first, this would enable you to use your life portion. After lose life equal to 40% of the damage taken from that hit. So I don't know if it's the 40% that it mitigates or if it's the 40% of the 60. Like, I don't know if it's you take 60% of the hit damage and then you take 40% of that again, or if it's you take the total of 100 damage. I suspect it's the total of the 100. You get hit for 100. You take 60, and then 4 seconds later, you'll take another 40. That's what I suspect is meant here. It does. I agree that the wording implies that you should take 40% of the 60% of the damage that you hit. But I feel like that would be way too strong and that they've just worded it wrong. Because that's insane. Okay. That one's really cool though. And it's not that strong if you lose all the jewels. That is also true. But again, it depends. If you can still use jewels in your cluster setup, right? Like if you just like, I would just click on any build in existence, doesn't matter. Like if I can still use the jewels that are out here, then maybe that's something. Maybe that's actually okay. But if I can't use regular jewels, honestly, even if you can't use regular jewels though, like you can just make use of small clusters, right? Like we can just go large cluster, medium cluster, small cluster. And they're all fine. I hate that, but sure. Yes, abyssal jewels would still work in your gear. It does specifically say tree. That's a very interesting node. Probably not for us. Little too reliant on jewels. There's more that say minions. What the fuck? Since when? Okay. Hold up. Lich Katarina. Okay. So, minions deal damage into minions deal 15% more damage while they are on low life. Minions cannot be killed, but die 6 seconds after being reduced to low life. Huh. That's usable. That's interesting. Huh. Well, that's also an SRS node. Like an absolutely disgusting SRS node. But we'd have to change the build slightly. Okay, next. Minion life. Umbral Army. 2% attack and cast speed per summoned raging spirit. 15% attack damage per raised zombie. Gross. 12% increased defenses per raised spectre. 2% movement speed per phantasm. And spell damage per skeleton. Yo, can't you have like 12 specters? Can't you have like 12 specters? Isn't that like 140% increased defenses? That's fucking gross. Yo, I want to play this. What the fuck? Shit, am I playing a Spectre build? As well as 50% increased effective offering. Huh. Offering kills affected damageable targets when offering duration expires.
Get your Magic Find characters ready.
What? Wait a minute. I'm a damageable target. What do you mean? Hold up. Wait. Oh, wait. Wait, I'm a damageable target. King of chat, thank you for the prime. Okay. Well. Shit. Death offering. Yep. Just don't let the offering expire ever. Yep. Yo, this one's gross though. That is. This one's gross though. Lazy XD. Even a raid. Yo, how am I going to use this? I want to use this. Ha. Do you replace Bone Barrier with this? In Holy Relic? No. Yeah, none of these affect the minions. 12% defense is nice if you're doing the ward trick, but we don't use armor or evasion. So we don't even use the defenses portion. SRS could use this though. That's a lot of attack and cast speed, which does feel really good for SRS. SRS also runs 3 specters. So that's really nice. You could also pretty easily get Summon Phantasms in and just have 20 of them out at all times for another 40% movement speed. 4 specters. True, 4 specters. And they use armor and they use energy shield. So even at just 4 specters, that's 50% increase armor and 50% increase energy shield. As well as you use the Raging Spirits, as well as I can definitely fit Summon Phantasms in there to just get movement speed, which just makes the build feel better, even if it won't up the damage. Like, okay, 40% movement speed feels fucking great though, right? And those are all of the stats we would care about as a minion build anyway. The Zoomancer doesn't benefit any more than SRS does, because who gives a fuck about our attack damage or our spell damage? I don't give a shit. Right? Like, I don't care about either of those things. Those are irrelevant. So those nodes might as well not exist, as far as I'm concerned. But SRS actively uses 2 of them right now, and I can definitely fit a Summon Phantasms into it. Oh, sorry. It'll be, it'll be 40, right? Because you're going to have 20 summon phantasms, because the only way I'm going to do it is with summon phantasm support. And doesn't that only have 20? For the SRS build specifically, the only way I'm going to be able to fit it is just with the summon phantasm support supported to some support minions. And I think that's only going to get me 20, possibly 21, if it's like a level 21 support. But still, hey, 40, I'm not going to shit on 40% movement speed. That's great. Like for one gem that I can fit in, that's fantastic. That is a fantastic node. Mister, what do you think of the Farrells or is Katarina the play? It depends. This seems really good. I'm very interested in these, and I might use them, but I think for Holy Relic, I'm probably going to go for that one. This one's actually pretty gross. 30% physical as extra chaos, as well as malediction, as well as 10% increased critical effect is amazing. Okay, next. Ools. Pretty sure it's 10. Is Summon Phantasm support only 10? Okay, then it's 20% movement speed, but that's still fine. Right, let's see what we got here. Okay, so down here is like a charge duration thing. Increases charges, okay. Discipline has 50% increased aura effect while you have no power charge. Wrath has 50% increased aura effect while you have maximum power charge. Oh. Determination with no endurance. Anger with maximum endurance. Grace with no frenzy. Hatred with maximum frenzy. So just in case anybody isn't aware, you can lower your charges, and lines like this have appeared before, and you can get both of them at once. So if you get -3 endurance charges, so that you just can't have any, then 0 is your maximum, and you have both no endurance charges and maximum endurance charges. So you could get both of those things. We have in the past had things like that. Yep. That's one way to do it. Additional elemental damage. Gain elemental damage reduction equal to half of your chaos resistance, but your maximum charges is 0. Do you want to lose endurances though? I mean, some people do. Some people would. And I'm not saying that this is like fantastic. What I'm saying is just when you think about this node, remember that you can get both. You can get both. Right? Go for Aurabots? Unfortunately, it does look like you have to pick one of these, right? You don't get to be like all of them, but you do get to. Like there are a bunch of non-crit builds, for instance, that would like Wrath, but you can get 50% discipline and 50% Wrath by just getting rid of your max power charges instead of gaining them. It's just doable, that's all. What will I be playing? Yes. You know that South Park meme that happens like every league start? It's that running through my head constantly. Okay, what's this last one? Action speed cannot be modified below base value if you're equipped boots with no socket gems. Cannot be stunned if you have a helmet with no socket gems. Elemental ailments cannot be inflicted on you if you have a body armor. No critical strike damage if you have equipped gloves with no socket gems. I mean, listen. One of these is usable. There are a few different things that don't have sockets. For instance, the chest that has abyssal sockets, they don't count. There are gloves and boots that can come with 2 abyssal sockets that you will be able to use the abyssal sockets in, but then you're only losing the 2 sockets in that rather than anything else. I will say overall, for my purposes, I don't see myself using this ascendancy at all, but these are definitely going to get used by some Orobots. For sure. These are definitely getting used by some Orobots, and I do think some builds might benefit from this as well. Okay, next. Okay. Let's go left first. So all of these nodes, I assume, are 15% increased ward. Okay, cool. Huh? Excuse me? Not when hit, on hit? Do you know how many times I hit a second? What are you talking about? %30 less damage taken from damage over time while you have unbroken ward. That's fantastic. 20% faster restoration of ward per enemy hit taken recently. That's gross. Damage taken bypasses unbroken ward if the hit is less than 15% of the ward. 40% increased effect ward. Oh, that's fucking strong. Trigger level 20 shatter ward when ward breaks. Explode when your ward is broken, dealing physical spell damage around you equal to a percentage of your ward and inflicting innovation on hit. A debuff that lowers movement speed and prevents life and energy shield recovery. Huh. Well. Now I'm tempted to be over here. Huh. You saw how reliable my ward was too. Like, on the last version, with like lucky block and the ward in the ward trick that I was doing with Aspect of the Crab. Having 30% less damage taken over time with that would be great. What would you drop on the Necro? It depends on which build you're playing. Like on the Necro means what? On SRS or on Holy Relic? So the least important node for Holy Relic is this one. We can give up Bone Barrier. It's not that important. If we want to give up 2 nodes, we can give up Mistress of Sacrifice, but we do have to make some changes accordingly because we do lose a pretty decent amount of block with it. You can make up that block. It can be done, but it's a lot of work. So this is easy to drop. We can drop Bone Barrier. It's not that big of a deal. The trick I would say would be you could well, to begin with, you'd Forbidden Flesh. Yeah. If you forbidden that, then you're really only using this, which once you do that, you're like, why am I even a necromancer though? Come over here, get Void Beacon and Profane Bloom and forbidden that, and then have 2 more points to spend in a different ascendancy, right? This one's sexy though. This one's so sexy. Chaotic Might, 30% of physical as extra chaos. 30% is physical as extra chaos. Plus 10% increased effective curses plus malediction. At the same time as new. Yeah, I have absolutely no idea. I don't know how to use Sinner's Saint. Yeah, neither do I. For Bitter Heresy. The fuck is... Oh, that. No, you don't swap. 100% convert is worth more than 30% extra. You need them. The actual ascendancy is much better. Don't use Animate Guardian as a curse spot. Yes, but if you can pick up Profane Bloom, what you can do is get 1 curse on hit ring to do a curse yourself, and let the Animate Guardian do the 2nd curse. That's actually like what we do all the time anyway. It's just that we start with the curse, 1 curse in our trigger weapon normally, and the 2nd curse comes from the Animate Guardian. If you decide to try and take Profane Bloom, you need a far more reliable application of curse, which means it needs to be either Corrupted Gloves, which is generally too expensive, or you use the a curse on hit ring that you make yourself. This is sexy though. So I'm actually looking at this one for SRS. Don't rational doctrine for that node to work. Yes. So, honestly, Commander's not that hard to drop for Poison SRS. Like, it's really good resistances, it's nice and all, but like, you can drop Commander. Right? I don't necessarily want to drop Bone Barrier on SRS because the leech is pretty important. But I could easily drop Commander. Like, yeah, the damage goes down a little. We go from 53 mil to 52 mil. It's not that big of a deal. It's just resistances that you have to fix. But you can do that with just slightly better gear. If you do that and take this, then that's going to be 40% attack and cast speed for shield charge and getting your SRS out really quickly. You're going to have 4 specters, so that's 50% increased energy shield and armor, of which this build actually uses. Have I spelled that wrong? There it is. It is only another 3,000 armor. Although 3,000 armor is pretty relevant for the recovery. It's another 600 energy shield as well, though. Ish. And that's just on the current endgame gear. Yeah, it's evasion because of suppress. Honestly, I'm a little tempted, if I was to play this, to just drop suppress and go straight armor bases everywhere. Because then I could have like 35,000 armor. You don't actually need more ES. Because you'll die from life lost first anyway. If you can hit 3 to 5 here, that would be like the ideal ratio. How reliable is a Katarina kill on Poison SRS early? Easy as fuck. Easy as fuck. Yeah, Katarina's easy, and like Poison SRS is at like 53 million DPS. That's in the end game though. Like in the generic end game gear, that's like super reasonable. This is not including the sword, by the way. This is the guide that'll come out probably tomorrow or the next day. With just some pretty damn basic gear. This is like you've begun to have end game gear. You've still got 17, nearly 18 million. So I'm a Spectre gang. So this is just me looking at the SRS build guide. Because we already use SRS, so we get a ton of attack and cast speed, which is just really good feeling for the build. Shield charge faster, have to stop less for less time to cast your SRS. We already use 4 Spectres, which is 48% increased defenses. Is there a link to the SRS guide? There is a link to the unupdated one, which is just right there. We haven't pushed the update yet because we were waiting on these to see if anything needed to go in. So my job tonight will be to record the video for updating both of the guides. Spoilers, there are very little changes on both of them. So reading through those ones is going to give you a pretty good idea. The big difference on SRS, which is the one I have open here, which is like still a work in progress, is that we have an option to not have the wand, to not have this weapon. We don't know how hard this weapon will be to get, or whether it will exist at all, or whether it will be good or not. So we have a wand version that is almost exactly the same in not even that good of a wand. Like you could get a better wand than this. And we looked at the min-max version and decided it basically should be in a wand, and probably should have been in a wand for a while. Wands that can get made like this are actually relatively reliable to make. They're just expensive, right? But they're definitely usable. Like, they're definitely makeable. So with that, you're just better off with a wand. Yeah, you're not fearing a hat. You're crafting +1. Yeah. There's no mini mastery to change anything major for the builds. For Holy Relic, it makes it significantly easier to hit the next breakpoint, but it doesn't let us hit any breakpoints we couldn't hit before. The biggest change by a long shot will be the awkward shit area where, you know, like mid yellows, early reds, when you don't have a Dialas yet, the build kind of starts to feel like shit, and you just have to power through it until you can get a Dialas. That's because we're on the 14% breakpoint, and that we can't get past that, and there just isn't any way to do that on day one. We'll be at the 30% breakpoint instead, giving us 25 to 30% more damage than we had before at that awkward stage, right? So for Holy Relic, it doesn't let us break any other breakpoints. It just lets us get to those breakpoints easier and earlier. However, I was going to get to that, I swear. However, real importantly, all these utility minions, which we have added back into the build for Holy Relic because of the res changes, these guys all have cooldown on their abilities. For instance, the Perfect Warlord, who hands out a huge amount of regen for 1 second when he does his shout and gives endurance charges, has like a 4-second cooldown on that thing. 20% CDR is going to affect it, right? All of them have abilities. That 20% CDR is going to affect your Spectre's abilities, so we're just going to have it all the time. Even if we don't need it for a new breakpoint, we're just going to have it. Spectres have even more defense. We're going to have Spectres. I don't think Perfect Hulking Miscreant's worth it. Right, so SRS can easily drop that. So if we were to say, once you've got enough gear to drop this, do it, I would say SRS gets this. We've got 4 Spectres, we've got 20 Raging Spirits all the time.
Ready.
Anyone smarter than me see something exciting for bows in the Bloodlines? Cause it looks pretty meh from what I can see.
Duct Tape Alpha, and with the T1 sub. The question is, where do I fit Summon Phantasm Kill in? It also mean you don't need a high rolled ashes or a 23% gem. Yep. Although I will still go for a 30% ashes eventually when you're min-maxing it, because it'll affect everything else, right? You want that 30% for everything else that hits breakpoints. Like Lancing Steel gets an extra projectile and shit like that. No, you will need to get minion resident ring. Yes. Yo, it's just minion life, right? It's just we just fuck off minion life from Raise Spectre and Animate Guardian, and we let them summon phantasms. It's on kill. It's on hit for any rare or unique. %20 chance to summon a phantasm when supported skill or non-phantasm minion hits a rare or unique. There's a 20% chance there would be an Animate Guardian and 4 active Spectres. Each hitting with the amount of like, each hitting, I don't know, 3 times or so a second. So that's 5 times 3, that's 15 times a second. And a 20% chance each time. I forget, to be honest. Three phantasms. That's 3 phantasms a second. I think this would need to be tested to find out. Because if you reliably, regularly have 10 phantasms out by just putting it in a support, then great. That's 20% movement speed. We'd love it. But if it's only ever like 1 to 3 phantasms when you're running around, then fuck that nonsense. We'll just put minion life back in. I don't think there's another good way to put it in. And perhaps instead of 1 out of 5, I'm dropping it. Yeah, I think it would just need to be, that's just a test in game, right? Wasn't there something to do with phantasms that you can put in a wand? What is it? Yeah, gloves have the Delve Refresh mod, but that's probably not that useful to us. I thought there was maybe something on a wand. Is it just staffs? Because that's useless to me. No. Nope. Nothing on wands. Okay. If the Animate Guardian has Culling Strike, it should be reliable. So the Animate Guardian doesn't have Culling Strike. He has a Kingmaker on. Which means all 4 of your Spectres have Culling Strike, but also so do your SRS. Right? But either way, we'll be able to make pretty good use of this. Is just nice quality of life, and this is great. This is like 48% increased essentially armor and energy shield, which I think is pretty good. And this will be 40% attack and cast speed. Okay. But this is already 30% damage, 30% elemental resistance, and 3% attack and cast speed per aura. There's not that many fucking auras. I mean, well, you get 3. 4? 4. You get 4 auras. And they're increased by aura effect. Do we have enough aura effect for rounding, for instance? Does it say increased effect somewhere? Does path a building tell you how much increased effect of aura you have? Somewhere. Anywhere. Does it? Middle section at the top. Aura effect. Yes, okay, so we've got enough for rounding. So it's 4% per aura, and there's 4 auras. So that's, what was that? 8 is 16. So you're already getting 16% attack and cast speed from that. This is going to give you 40 and 48% defenses. Nah, 2% per, and there's 20 of them. So this is going to give you 40, so it's a lot more attack and cast speed. And 48% increased defense. But what you're losing is 30% damage, which you don't make up anything for. And 30% elemental resistance, which you will have to just make up not only on gear for yourself, but you will also need to have a minion res roll somewhere. Is it only for you? Yes. I do think Umbral Army would be worth it in a min-max version of this. I do not think you would do it as a league start at all. I do not think you would do it as a league start. I think Commander in Darkness covers a lot of bases and is too hard to give up on the first few days. Okay, and we go and use Gravevines. No. Right. I need to visit the bathroom. I'll be back in a moment. Whew. Okay. Whew. All right. Hmm. Hmm. There's just no way I want to use that. What do we leak something? God knows. I have no idea. Well, has defense catalysts? God, if I even knew where they would go. There's 18. Will that do? Can't you just buy them from Faustus? Are you even in the guild anymore? No stock? Wow, what the fuck? Yo, that's crazy. Oh, wait. Speaking of crazy, I've just got to, I almost forgot. I have 350 million shipments just sitting here. I'm hoping for like, what, like 6 mirror shards? 2 from each one? Give me 6 mirror shards. Well, there's 4. As well as a bunch of rune graphs that I don't care to price at all. 2 sacred orbs. Yoink. I think if any of those is a fishing rune. All right. Nope. I'll take them all though. All right, next. There's another 2. There's my 6. That's what I asked for. and 12 div and only 1 sacred orb. Oh god, where do I put all these fucking runes? Come on, load up. Here you go. Your runes can all go in there. All right. And one more. Oh, I was still gonna pick up the rest of these fucking things. Fucking runes, man. And oh, 1 extra. 1 extra from that one. 7. I'll take it. Don't know why I would take anything else, to be honest. Like, I have no idea why I'm taking any of it other than the divines and mirrors. Like, why aren't I discarding it all? All right, goodbye. Good shit. That was not bad. So I ended up with 7 mirror shards and 31 extra divines. Just add them to the pile. I guess that what I could do is send everything else that I have just for the sake of it. Look there. 36 million if I send an assortment of every piece of garbage that I have. Hey, we had 350 million shipments of good stuff. I might as well empty the rest of the town. Right? Why not? Probably 50 divs of tattoos. Yeah, but like, what am I gonna do? Sell them? I don't fucking... Yeah, I've taken the farmers and miners away. I have ended the town. Nope, you can have 40 because they come out in stacks of 20. I forgot that I dropped that. Nice. Like, I just want to add my mirrors and mirror shards and divines to my permanent tab. No, they just get collected over time. I was just saying a few days ago. Yeah, it doesn't. It's not available until like it's like a few days into the league, but I also have like a 30-day window. So be like after the first week of the league, at some point I need to log into Torchlight to buy the tokens. Like I know the thing I need to do, I just need to remember like a week into the league. Okay, so back to looking at these. For the purposes of build guides for league start, I don't know if I want a single one of these on either of my builds. And that's a little bit upsetting. I think Umbral Army makes it into like a min-max version of SRS. Like late, you could use Umbral for sure, but not to start with. The only question mark one is Farrell's. This one might actually be worth doing. But yeah, because Holy Relic can give up this pretty easily. We just don't need the leech at all. 40% life as extra energy shield is great, but you can give that up. 100% increased damage and 3% life regen is probably the one though. But is it worth giving up 2 specters for that? I'm just not sure it is. Is Solar Elite Theory Craft going? I've got bad news. Just straight up not strong enough. Without a merc. Or some absolutely disgustingly good gear. So we've got that. So it really depends on what these 3 additional modifiers are. These vectors requires, that's true. There's a rare mod. Yeah, but like if it regularly comes out with like haste or determination, or we can't have envy. What's it gonna have? Fucking hatred, anger, things that make me reflect myself to death. Like if it comes in with an anger aura, suddenly I fucking throw my attack out and die. And if I don't die, my minions do, because they're suddenly doing loads of elemental damage on a reflect map I didn't care about reading. Was Bloodline any good? don't think so. What build are we thinking of starting? Yes, no idea. Yeah, this is a winner, but you need a Eternal Doctrine for it. But I will use this in Holy Relic. Is that what it's called? Eternal Doctrine? What's it called? I think it's Eternal Doctrine. Rational Doctrine. As you have. No, I've converted it before and it does change. We've converted it to, I think, Fungal Ground. And if you wear this, it just becomes Fungal Ground. So I assume it'll also become Profane Ground. Which is fine. It'll give Chaotic Might. It's very, very strong. But this isn't part of any League Start build guide. You need to like balance your stats. You can do it. I did it. This one right here, I believe. Yeah. You can make them equal. That's exactly what I did. I've got one right here. That's what this version did. Also, more circles, better build. That's a nice amount of circles, by the way. Look at them circles. more circles, better build. Aren't those pretty? The worst part is that you're not an occultist. No, I changed back to Necromancer and I Forbidden Flamed Profane Bloom to get the explosions. Showing off the Slime Lords again. Slum Lords. No. I just was showing off this because we might use it as part of the Holy Relic build in like a min-max version, because this is pretty good. You get the which one is that? Here. You get the Profane Ground you create inflicts malediction on enemies, so there's malediction for free, which is 10% reduced damage dealt, 10% increased damage taken. 30% of physical is extra chaos, which is a ton, and 10% increased effect of curses. You also get some extra crit, but that's an irrelevant part that we don't care about. Not really. That is also 10% increased effect of your curse, so I guess it's 20% if you take that. And what we would be giving up, I mean, in a min-max version like this, you'd just be giving up your Forbidden set, maybe. Or Bone Barrier. Thing is, would I want to give up Bone Barrier? I just don't think I would. I don't think I'd give up Bone Barrier for that. I can get Malediction. 100% increased damage isn't that big of a deal. 30% Fizz is extra is a lot, though. That is a lot, though. Do your minions have Chaotic Might? Yeah, Yeah, it's a lot. It goes from 21 million to 27 million. Yeah, technically yes, but no other good ways to do it. Do you need 6 million more damage? What a silly question. Probably more than in the current if you focus on Fizz. Let's have a look. Actually, yeah, that one's Chaos. That one's Fizz. That one's Fizz. That one's Fizz. That one's Chaos. Okay, so I've got about 50-50 Fizz and Chaos here. So you can get a little bit more than that by just making sure they're all Fizz rolls instead of Chaos ones, but you need all the damage, duh, right? This type of node, one of your considerations? Nah. I just don't think it's worth giving up an ascendancy for. None of these are quite... Just overall, none of these are quite... There might be some, but for the most part, most of these are weaker than normal ascendancy nodes in most classes. Which is real weird because they made a big point that we would have to pick between using our ascendancy nodes on our normal ascendancy or using our ascendancy nodes in here. And they did that so they didn't have to weaken the nodes. But these feel like weakened nodes. It feels like they've designed it as if it was going to have an extra set of points to spend in it. Right? Yeah, so that one node is exceptionally good, just not for my two builds. But this is really, really good, especially for a full Spectre build. If you're an actual Spectre build, that is insane. Because you can get yourself 12 Spectres pretty reasonably. 12 Spectres at 12% defense per is disgusting. Right? And let me go one step further. See, but this is garbage though. This is garbage because it'll kill all your Spectres, so there's no good for that. Like a Guardian really only has two good nodes. And Gazi especially loves Guardians. They really only have two good nodes. 1, 2. The thing is, you can't use these nodes. You can't use these nodes and the fucking... You can't use these nodes and use the Spectre helmet to get 12 Spectres because it disables the entire ascendancy. Because these guys count as minions. The Sentinel of Radiance is a minion. And the 3 elemental relics are minions. So if you put on the helmet that says you can have double the amount of Spectres and no other minions, it disables the entire fucking ascendancy. I've asked, can you make an offering end? Don't know. I don't know, man. Like, some of these nodes would be really exciting if we had them in addition. If we had them in addition to our normal ascend, but they're not. They're not as strong as normal ascendancies. This one is interesting, not for any of our builds specifically, but like this one's great. Like, this will be interesting as shit. And core temporary? They're temporary, right? No, the bloodlines are just part of the league, right? No? They said core? Really? Then I feel like the bloodline ascendancy needs to give you 2 points, and then you just need to limit the amount of points that I can spend in my actual ascendancy to the normal amount. So I can spend up to 8 here, and I will always have a bloodline node, or I could pull extras from here and have more bloodlines. That would be way cooler. And the last bloodline is, it's the breach one. We just don't know what it does. The only node that seems exciting to me is either that one or this ascendancy for something different. I mean, is it? 2% increased attack speed per minion. That's local. That's attack speed for you, not minions. And then minion damage if you Warcry recently. I guess, like, take spiritual aid and then get 80% damage for your Warcry and don't be a minion build. I don't fucking know. Damn it, I think I'm gonna league start Zoomancer again. Gross. What I will say is that several hundred people every league struggle with Zoomancer, and on day 2 or 3 make an expensive and annoying respec over to Holy Relic, and then come over to me and praise me for saving their league start. So like maybe don't do the Zoomancer build. Maybe just do the Holy Relic one instead. SRS into Holy Relic? Yes. If you look at exclamation mark HR, this is barely changed. But we start as SRS because you can't have Holy Relic without it. But like you can't have Holy Relic off the bat. And kill 2 ascendancy points for it. I'm really saying, like, balance wise, I feel like I want the bloodline ascendancies to give me 2 bloodline points, 2 points that can only be spent in a bloodline ascendancy, and then give me the option to spend my normal ascendancy points for more bloodlines. So I could swap out more, but I will get 1 point in one bloodline no matter what. I think that would be cooler. You could say, but like, oh, but isn't that power creep? I mean, yeah. But like, not much. Like, not much. It's not actually that fucking good, man. Like, look at this one. 15% more minion damage while they are on low life with a 6-second last grasp, basically. Cool. This one's just 10% more damage and 20% more maximum life all the time. That's better. Apparently it is core. Yeah, 15% when they're on low life. Crazy. I mean, how's that Herald node look for wanders? Like for actual attack wanders? I don't think that they use either Herald unless you're going for poison. Unless you're like trying to get poison chance. The buff effect per mana reserved is nice if you're trying to be like a poison wander. Like this is pretty good. Yeah, Herald of Agony is the only one that I really care about the buff effect on. Herald of Agony. Right, because the buff effect is chance to poison and more damage with poison. But it's still not even that good. Like, it's only 20% chance and 10% more. So, like, even with, let's say, yeah, what if you just run all the Heralds? Herald skills have more buff effect. Okay, so like Herald of Thunder, Herald of Ice, that sort of thing. I mean, look at that flat. No. That thing, Esther King, I think you're putting on all of the heralds and assuming that we would combine all the heralds, right? Like wear 5 heralds and as a total we've reserved 99% of our mana and that would count for all of them, but I believe each herald would only receive its own buff. Come on, buddy. Damn it, I was gonna work on fucking loot filters today. %, which means if you reserve 90% of a mana, you'll get 180% more buff. Oh, right. So if you do everything. Right. So this is if you go Lone Messenger, you wear 2 circles, you do the Elementalist for the Herald effect, you take the wheel and you tattoo 10 things. If you do absolutely every single thing, then you can have 1 Herald that does one of these things. And then you've given up every other aura you could do, and you've invested an absolute shitload to do such. Now, wait a minute. Good, I thought so. He's written this wrong. He's written Herald of Thunder added attack and spell lightning damage. Very, very, very importantly, it does not say that. And that is not what it is. It's buff grants added damage. Oh no, it is attack and lightning. Hang on, so it's not even... Will it affect this bit? Will that buff effect affect this bit? Because that's not the buff. Because this is the bit that would matter. But these are the bits that say buff grants. Since Herald is a spell, turning Herald on is a spell, but the Herald damage itself isn't spell damage. I was thinking Auto Bomber. Right? I was thinking like Auto Bomber, Herald of Thunder. But I don't even think that that would work. No. So when you're running Herald and Auto Bomber normally, it is not spell damage, and this buff grants to spell damage doesn't do anything. So you can scale it with generic increased damage or increased elemental damage or increased lightning damage, but not increased spell. You can also buff it with flat damage that is uncategorized. So when I say uncategorized, I specifically mean things like, let me show one just for everyone to see, right? Like, let's say we're crafting a ring. The crafting bench has these nodes that are to attacks or spells. Those don't work. But the unveiled hybrids, I believe, don't have anything. Where are the unveiled hybrids? Where are they? Veiled. Yeah. So see how this one just says adds X to Z cold, adds Y to B fucking lightning? See how that doesn't say spell or attack? So these are like the unspecified. This adds flat to everything. So that roll, for instance... What? Don't worry about it. I ran out of letters in my head. I forgot every letter in existence. Don't worry about it. You get the point, right? The uncategorized damage, those will add to Herald. Right? Whereas the to attack and to spells do not. Unless it's on a weapon that looks the same, but that's actually local. True. True. Let's just go on. Why, hello. What you doing over there? It doesn't say what it needs to be reserved by. It absolutely does. Herald skills have 2% more buff effect for every 1% of maximum mana they reserve. Not that is reserved. What the fuck? Damages an area applying a debuff for a short duration. Moving on. Corpse will be whatever. Increases in reduction to minion damage also apply to this skill at how much? With quality, 300% of their value. When you say you tested this, how much testing? Because at level, it's got a 200% damage effectiveness as well. With plus 6.6 meter radius. What's its base radius? I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot of damage. Huh. Solution to herald stacking? No. I mean, that's a lot of damage. At 300%, the minion damage applies as well, is a lot. At 300%, that's a lot. 375 with ashes. Yeah, but do you want to use ashes as a miner? I mean, you maybe, but maybe. Yo, that sounds fucking great. Just in theory, that sounds great. Actually. Yeah, and the trickster nerfs aren't that bad. They're really not. Huh. Yeah, I don't even really care about anything in fucking Sab either. I feel like you just you'd just be a trickster and maybe forbidden the new assassin node that gives you crit based on your weapon, and just be like, ta-da, here's my crit weapon. Why did Absolution come up? Because Gohan's over there on YouTube and just tested it for a while apparently. And so I went to have a look at it. Absolution of Inspiring has 200% damage effectiveness. It has a really good high-end flat physical to begin with, right? And then it has 50% here and 250% there and another 50. So with quality, 300% increases and reductions to minion damage also apply to this skill. So if you get 10% minion damage, you get 30% increased damage. So for instance, if you're fucking using a minion cluster, for instance, that has like 13% damage on it, that's actually 39% of damage per node. Like per travel node. So it's 16 per. At 300%, assuming no ashes. That's 48% damage per travel node. Would spiritual aid stack with it? No. Yeah, right. You're right. It's 10 base. It's 10 base. It isn't 12 base. The others are 12. Minions are 10. Because, you know, fuck minions. Right? But with this... Yo, this is almost like playing a minion build, except it isn't. Go on. I don't know if you're still there. Have you got any footage? Because I am suddenly very interested. You found footage from a year ago? Of somebody playing it? Show me. Come on, load up. Load up. What the fuck is going on? Yep. Why won't this thing load? Okay, YouTube loads fine. Oh, the poor innocent person. This is a year ago from Settlers League. My goal was to play something cool while making use of Trickster's defense before it gets probably nerfed next league. Aw. Cute. It didn't. Ah. I mean... So what if we take Fearless Gumbo? What if we take Fearless Dumbo's plans for mine tech?
Just need a moment to
Right? Because he makes like the best mine builds. But we just adjust it to this. You can't unleash mines. This is just some guy doing it a year ago. This isn't like Fearless Dumbo tech or anything. This is just seeing how it functioned. Right? Yeah, like this isn't how we would run it. This is just not how you'd run it. This is not self-cast. This is a mine build. This is mines. You can't spell echo mines. Yeah, so I wouldn't run this. But this also isn't staying lightning. What would make you say that? Sure. You get to use a fucking Covenant wand as well because of how goddamn good it is. And a 12.35%. Ah, right. Yeah, the +1 chain looks gross. Jesus, this resists. Yeah. Holy Relic again? Not for me. I've done enough. I've done Holy Relic enough. I don't wanna do it again. I will be updating the build guide. Spoiler, not that much has changed. We just added specters back in. Build guide's pretty much done. It'll be out soon. Did you say you're not playing Holy Relic? Correct. Holy Relic did get a small buff though. It is even better. I've just league started it like 17 times in a row. So I want to do something else. I'm gonna cook something up, maybe? Well, it wouldn't be cooked up from scratch because this is a great plan, but I would want to take...
Hey folks, and welcome to the run-up to 320.
Fearless Dumbo makes, in my opinion, the best mine builds. There's no path of building attached to this. Can you not play mines? No, I'm pretty sure I'm going to play mines. But I think I'm just going to take Fearless Dumbo's build and adjust it into that absolution. Doesn't have a very good max hit though. Tis always quite squishy. It's also more squishy now with the suppressed nerfs. True. Did a test run on Elementalist mines. I mean, you get all the golems. Enemies ignited by you. Does that thing actually count if your mines do it? And not if the mines ignite? Yeah, I didn't think so. You have to do it. I trust you, so whatever you start with, I start with. Oh, that's risky business, man. That's risky business. Like, if you start off one of my guides, you'll have a good time. If you start copying me when I'm doing something experimental, flip a coin, man. It could go really badly. I've had a lot of bad starts. I've had a lot of bad starts. I'm willing to be experimental on my league start because fuck it. And I can always recover. Like, I could start a week late and miss the like rush at the beginning where you can make a ton of money, and I'll still get rich. It'll be fine. So I know what I'm like. I'll be able to pivot and be like, yo, this sucked. I wasted 2 days, and I can still fix it and get rich. It's fine. Didn't your last 2 league starts train wreck into, I guess, some Holy Relic? Yeah. It happens to me often. I'm just saying, I promise you can trust that if I put out a build guide to League Start, it will not troll anyone. You will be able to League Start, you will have a good time, it will play even if you're a Papega idiot, it will be great. If you just follow my experimental shit on League Start, I take no responsibility for your enjoyment. None. I take no responsibility. I do not encourage you to copy what I'm doing. I encourage you to follow my build guides. I do not encourage you to follow whatever the hell I pick to do. There's a fairly decent chunk of me that just wants to start Righteous Fire too. Because I always like hated this node. Is there a node I can use? Let's have a look at that with, I mean,
Don't let me stop you from doing your dreams.
fuck your Warcry nodes.
But your idea is garbage and the build is trash.
Like, let's say I wanted to start. I feel attacked by that soundbite. I Cool for RF. Doesn't that require a Spectre? I don't think you keep a Spectre alive on Righteous Fire. No, the others.
Hi.
Not that. That one. Where's the other ones? We saw the other ones. Where are they? Here they are. I wouldn't want that one. Man, that Unleash thing seems like it would be really cool. Not the Unleash thing though. So this one though. Skills gain added chaos damage equal to 20% of life cost. It's been nerfed by 5%. This? Was it 15% of life cost now? Oh, Unleash. Right. What do you mean? It's 4% more per reoccurring thing or whatever? Or... Oh, it used to be 10. Right. Right. Okay. I don't think they needed to nerf that. To use Unleash, you're still going to be hand casting. That's already a pretty big debuff. Like, that's already a pretty big debuff. Man, I don't feel like a... 3 rings is great, man, but like... Any option? No flasks is pretty hard though. Like that's rough. No flasks is pretty rough. Like, I feel like you could get rid of the downsides here. Utility flasks are disabled, belts are disabled, and whatever. And like, spending 2 ascendancy points is already the downside. Like, you know, the investment is, it's not free. You don't get a ring slot for free. You have to invest 2 points. Get rid of the upside and the downside on this. Just make these travel nodes. The crazy part about Absolution is how much gem level scaling it. How much testing did you do? Like, did you do like a 2-stone run? Did you do it just through the campaign? Like, did you just gear up an endgame character? Oh, I have. I know. So like a level 20, for instance, does 1300. A level 25 does 2200. A level 30 does 38 base. Plus gets a little more range. Like, what I need to know is, can we make a fucking minion, a mine build that's actually tanky though? Like, I don't want to play a squish build. I want to play a tanky build. Change command and make Guardian Necro. I knew getting baited. I mean, change the command is fine. Just say you're tanky. Just half convert to cold and just say you're tanky. I mean, fair. Well, we're looking at all the ultimates, right? Right, correct. Absolutely all of them. The only one you have to watch out for is the one that takes away resistance. You have to make sure you have enough over resistance to eat those negative res, because they don't take away max res, they just take away res. So as long as you've got over resistance to take that, then it's fine. It has been changed except the suppressive nerf. The evasion CI is still there. Yes, but then why is Fearless Dumbo's mine build so fucking squishy? Like, it's so fucking squishy. What, why? Remember that mine build that I did? Yes. Who made that? Who made that? You? I want that. I want that. Have you got that path of building? I'm not plugging in my old PC. I wonder if you've sent it to me ever. Hold on. Damn it, you never send it to me. I don't think. Was it just using Raspit? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know, but if we can make that half cold, half lightning and scale with absolution, then it's probably fucking great. I don't know what I'm gonna play, man. Like, I'm so torn. There's like so many options. So you'll be able to replace the helmet and use a forbidden set to get the other ones. It does say it only has a 12k hit pool though. Well, obviously we wouldn't stick with Hex Blast. Did you not see this? GoArm was apparently testing it. Absolution of Inspiring as a mine, right? So it's got a really long cast speed, doesn't matter. It's got 200% damage effectiveness. At level 20, its base damage is up to 1300, which is pretty high for a level 20. At level 30, it's 3800. Its scaling is disgusting. It hits in an AoE like Hex Blast. It's got an extra meter, well, from 0.9 to a meter by level 30 as well. And here's the big bit. 250% increases in reduction to minion damage applied to this skill, and the quality for another 50. Which is 300%, or 375 if you wear an Ashes. That's 375% effective increased minion damage nodes. With an incredibly high flat and a 200% effectiveness of added damage on it. But as a trickster, well, I'm just looking how to get a tanky one. I want to be tanky. I do not want to be a squishy build. Like, it doesn't look that tanky right here, but I think I remember, didn't I steal this whole build and play it for like 3 or 4 days before giving it back to you as well? And it felt great the whole time. And the surprising part of that statement is giving it back. I think he went on holidays somewhere. He was like, I'm going to be away for a week. And he then came back to do his challenges or whatever it was. No. We just imported it from his character in standard to have a look at what he was doing. Right? And as Hexblast, as this instead of Hexblast, you get to give up this ring. Right? You get to fucking... Instead of Sandstorm, which is great, it's fine, but instead of that, you can use the Forbiddens from the Assassin to do the same thing and then get a helmet back with +2 minions on it. Which would be great. Here's the thing that I'm thinking though. Since you're going to scale minion levels, do you just do it as a golem answer? Like, Guardian crit Holy Relic cold damage is going to be better than the normal poison one. No, not at all. So you'd want it on mana. Beginner friendly class. I'm kind of confused on what to get into. So there's probably not really such thing as a beginner friendly class. Maybe Rajasfire Pox's build would be the most beginner friendly one because it's really, really incredibly well covered and very, very tanky. But it's more about what build. So like, yeah, Pox's Righteous Fire is probably one of the best classes for a new person to play because it's not the fastest build in the world, but it's not slow. It's just not the fastest, but it's just incredibly tanky and still a decent speed. And it's just covered really, really, really well. So I think you just go Ellie node. Well, I mean, you could go both, right? I came in to ask if Barmer is dead. Yes. Because you can take this one and this one. Ellie's node removes this here. Increased Ah, right, because it gets the. I mean, no, not really. It makes it. No, it does make it reserve less, but like that doesn't stop it from working. Updated. I'm thinking about League starting it. Technically no. It will be in the next day or so. Not a whole lot has changed except we've made a version of it that doesn't use the sword. For the most part though, nothing has not a lot has changed. You can definitely start practicing using the guide that's already there. Yeah. Pity's Shaper of Flames doesn't work. Enemies ignited by you. Doesn't actually do anything. Because you have to do it. The mines don't count. All damage can ignite works. Yeah, all damage can ignite works. And hits always ignite works. But the defensive portion of this doesn't work from a mine or totem for some reason. And I wish it would, but it doesn't. Yeah, there's nothing you'd want over a Necromancer, even though it's technically a minion skill. Profane Bloom later on. Profane Bloom's always OP. It's so hard to get past Trickster though, like... Trickster's just so good. Even the, like, nerfed version. Yeah, one step ahead got nuked. Fucking relax. It got barely touched. People are reading one step ahead like it's an 18% nerf. When realistically, 99% of the time, it's an 8% nerf. Because your action speed will just be 100% instead of 108. And the time when it really, really matters, like the tier 17 mods for Petrify or the, like fucking drowning orbs or whatever, you get slowed now, but by 10%. Instead of everyone else getting slowed by 85 to 90%. Like, it's just not a big deal. It just isn't a big deal. Like, and definitely just put it on a brand too and double dip. I mean, you could. Hmm. Are there any like full CI miners that are exceptionally tanky? Show me every miner in existence. See, they can get away with it because they're doing the int stacking. Right? That's how they get so much ES. But we're not going to be doing int stacking. Wait, crackling lance of branching? The fuck? You're not int stacking. Interesting. Just sounds like a promising start. Crackling lance, what? Yeah, I don't know what's up with that, but it's trap and mine, crackling lance of, of branching. Right, that's what I'm thinking. Hold up. All right, hold up a second. So include full DPS. How do you do this? Do you like do it by an amount of mines? Do you assume like an amount of mines down when you're looking at a mine build? Like do we just do it off one mine and just assume that we like figure it out? Let's just put it at 10 because it doesn't matter. So it's got 43 now. We'll just throw it at 10. We got 40 million. Assuming you're going to put +2 on the helmet as well. And you're going to get +2 on the weapon. So assuming I re-geared, it's already got +1 and +1 lightning. So it's already got those. So without re-gearing at all, it only goes from 40 to 36 on this guy's tree. And like, you haven't taken a single minion node or crafted anything in minions or anything like that, right? Yeah, like if you just put in it goes to 68 from 36 to 68. That's just with 200%. That's not even a lot. Nah, the amulet's +4. He's got one of these in. I assume you already had some conversion here somewhere on this build? I assume he must have. Is crackling lance full lightning? Oh. Then where's the cold coming from? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Oh, there isn't any. Well, I don't know where he was getting chill or cold from, but he's using skitterbots for chill. Yep. So yeah, you would do changes to this. Obviously, this is just like, right? We just like picked up the skill, right? Well, this is CI. This one. The difference is you would fuck this off. You'd have to lose one of these. Put in a really good minion cluster and just get an absolute fuckload of percent minion damage. Craft a new weapon, get a fuckload of percent minion damage. You'd end up with about 500% minion damage, or 500% increased damage, roughly. No. Unless you can fit a timeless jewel in, they give you 80% minion damage nodes. Fucking imagine. Imagine you pick up like just like 3. 80, 100, 160, 240. That'll be 200 and just 3 slumlords. It'd be 240, which brings you from 36 to 75, right? And then you would lose 100% spell damage off the weapon, but you would gain 300% for... So you would actually have roughly that amount, which is 108 million. That's enough. Just like roughly speaking. Like Mine's playstyle. I have liked Mine's playstyles in the past. It's been a while. Right, hang on. I'll be back in a moment. Oh, okay. Back. Hmm. Hmm. Where's Holy Relic buffed? I mean, it's not really.
Get your Magic Find characters
It's
ready.
buffed in the early game. It's basically exactly the same in the end game. A Vile Blackthorn. Thank you for the prime. Okay, new thought. What if it was one of those Hierophant miners that fucking people do to get a buttload of area? You know these ones? Yeah. Hmm.
Get your Magic
There's
Find
possible
characters ready.
escape.
New league, I'm so excited.
TFC. Give it a prime. How much do you get there? I mean, yeah, you can get all those. Probably wouldn't be a terrible impossible escape, to be honest. I'm just looking to see. Like, surely Captain Lance has done a fucking miner over there. Man, Elementalist miner, hey? Like, you do get to come out. Would you though? They're only 10% nodes. I think you'd still just shortcut through there. Elementalist miner.
Hi, I'm currently working on an Exsanguinate Mines Elementalistic starter build, which I will release a video of later.
I have no idea
I
who this
figured I'd
person
make
is.
this first video about defenses to help people make their own Elementalist builds. So I invite you to subscribe if you're interested in that, and you can also follow my progress.
But let's see what your starter build looks like. I mean, obviously, when you convert, you'll have to pull those nodes. But this is a exsanguinate template. It's a little bit old. But that is a really nice max hit though. I like that. Oh, and it's like over here, so changing into like getting these wheels as possible. Well, so you won't get that unless you don't get that max hit unless you're proccing it somehow. Which, does he do a proc of it somehow? He's still doing Holy Relic. I will still be updating the Holy Relic guide. It's basically done. It'll be done real soon. Good news, that Primordial Bond node that you want for golems comes on a minion thing. So like you get the minion node, like the minion damage scaling out of it. You don't need this shit over here. You use minions on everything. But like, what do you even take? As much as I love the area. As an actual Absolution Elementalist, but is it a minor?
I just needed a build to speed farm mercs with, but this thing has turned out pretty nicely. This absolution of inspiring elementalists is centered around a single item, Elegant Hubris. Now this jewel converts notables on the tree into brand new nodes, at the cost of losing all small passives and radius. On this
I
patch,
wonder if I can yoink that as an idea, as like a base, and turn it into a mining build instead. See, you won't get those though if you do that. Yo, why the fuck is his max hit so fucking high? Jesus Christ. Right, that one and that one becomes 40. And this is gone. That becomes 40 because of the thing, and then you lose all of this. You disable those. Now it's 70. Max hit's still 60 though. Ah, he's forbidden that. That makes sense. Golems lose 50% buff effect, which will hurt. Yeah, but not much. Yeah, that's a fucking gross slumlord build. Or one. There's even got one anointed there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slumlords. Yo. Crazy. 3 is reasonable. Two crit multis and 2 slumlords is reasonable. Still 50. Well, one of it is 40% of Fizz taken as fire because he's self-casting, so he gets to do this. Aha. Nope, that doesn't actually change anything. I mean, it changes your damage. It doesn't change tanking. Where's the rest of the tank coming from?
Welcome back, Exiles. This is the final version of my exsanguinate.
Alright, let's have a look at that in just a second. Let's close that off. As long as I get it back in standard, because I am collecting it for standard for reasons, then I don't actually care if I lose it in the league. Jesus, how many copies of Path of Building do I have open? Holy fuck, there's Path of Building everywhere. Okay. Sure. I am collecting for long-term reasons though. Whoops. So I do definitely want it back. In standard. God damn it, I'm staying. I'm not swapping again. Okay, let's have a look at this one.
Mine's Elementary's build guide, now that I have felt done with it for a week. As always, the video uses YouTube chapters so you can skip or rewatch the parts that interest you. And by the way, since you're clicking 1,000 times per minute in PoE, you could spare a click on the subscribe button. I don't like to ask for it or to hear it on other videos, but these reminders do work, and it's quite crucial that I reach 1,000 subscribers to unlock some interesting features as a YouTube creator. Exsanguinate is a skill that fires up to 11 tendrils and each can chain, using chain support of a new infamous mod on gloves, as we throw 5 mines each cast with...
Yoink. He's not even using the Shaper of Flames because you can't hit it with mines. Still got 16k on a max fizz hit. With far more reasonable gear. Mercenary, 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 mercenary. Boop. Yeah, fuck me. Those mercenaries give so much power, man. Like, they're insane. Any minion ideas for 3.27 so far? Like new ones? Sort of. Okay, I mean that's still a hit of 10. I do anything meaningful for Holy Relic and Conviction. In a min-maxed endgame version? No, not really. But it makes all of the breakpoints way easier to hit way early. So your early and mid-game got significantly buffed. Filter will be okay for mini builds. Yep, filters are good for all builds. As long as you're in Trade League. Where the fuck is his conversion coming from? There's some. There's 45 to cold. Where's the rest? Aha. What is this thing? Right, yep, okay. Alright, so just out of curiosity then. Let's take Exsanguinate away and add okay, so that only went from 11 to 6 without changing anything. Yes, per mine. It was 11, now it's 6, but I haven't changed anything to minions. Wow. Yeah. Reap was 26. Jesus. Okay. Alright. But let's start playing a little bit. Okay. So, for instance, not boots, wand. Like, for instance, you would make a convoking wand for this. It would have +1 to anything. But we can be all or minions, it doesn't matter. Right? You would have some minion damage. Instead. Try and get like a decent amount. What else does this thing have? It has crit multi and throw speed. Let's do the same thing. Okay, so basically, the same weapon would go from 6 to 7.6, and it's the same quality of a weapon. It just is increased minion instead of increased spell. That's the only change that was made there. So, for instance, the next thing you'd do is you'd replace this bitch right here. Let's have a look. I wouldn't need that convert to cold because it's already 50% lightning. So with just this bit down here for 40% convert to cold, that's actually really good, right? That's already 90% conversion. And then either a roll on the gloves or an implicit on the gloves of a low tier gets you the other 10%. It's fine. So, isn't it 50% at the bottom? I'm pretty sure it's 40, right? 40%, 10% is extra, 4% is extra, 4% is extra. Yes, there's some as extra, and then 40% convert. I was hoping to come in and see Holy Relic of Conviction. Don't worry, that thing's fixed. As in, we've all pretty much finished the build guide. It'll be posted soon. It should run Herald of Purity. It's got it. It was already running Herald of Purity. Grace, Enlighten, and Hatred, which makes sense to me. How much is a heat shiver really worth compared to... Well, first let's just fix this one. Remove the craft, add modifier, because you're crafting 20% minion damage on it, for sure. Hatred is meh, because only 50% damage, right? Hatred is 40% of physical as extra cold. It's a lot, actually. They changed it. It used to have like way less physical as extra, but also more cold damage to go with it. But now it's just the physical as extra, but more. which is fine because this is a fizz thing. So we're good with that. Okay, so that was good. Now I would want to craft a helmet. Rare helmet, of which you would go. Do you go evasion energy shield still, or do you put a pure energy shield helm on? I think you put a pure energy shield helm on. I don't think it really matters. You're going life? I mean, it's sort of both. It's got 900 ES on it. And like, it's got the ghost dance for energy shield recovery. Like, it's a life build with some energy shield on top. And there's a big old pilgrimage. It's not that bad. Well, the helmet that came off with was a heat shiver. So uh, 20% if, oh, right. Yep, okay. Right, so it does need to be an evasion one. Okay, cool. Evasion energy shield hybrid's fine. And the reason is we want +2 minions. And then probably a life roll. If you can get it. And the other prefix doesn't fucking matter. So, whatever. Get a nice-ish roll of that. You could even get suppress or regen, or chaos res, or fire res. Needs fire anyway. Let's just say fire and chaos for now. I am interested in seeing a void. I just want to see how this looks when I put it together. I think +2 minion with +1 power charge. I mean, you could, but this is like, overall, this is like decent day 2 gear, except this thing, which is kind of gross. Well, it's actually not that great. It's kind of gross, but also like not. How do you do that? You'd be able to recome to 150 a pop. Oh, that's alright. Stupid, like. You get me to do it? Well, why would I get you to do it? Ah, my last garbage. Look at the stack decks. Actually get fucked. Hold on, there's a third page. And 7 div and 1 sacred orb and 1 more mirror shard from my garbage set. All right, so we got 8 mirror shards from that shit. Just double checking there's nothing else here I care all about at all. It really isn't. Nope. All right. Goodbye, everything else. 35? When do you see 35? I saw 15. Sorry, I have no clue about shipments. That was my final shipment, which means I sent fucking everything. Just everything. Like I selected this port or that one. I don't know. I think it was Ribbonfell. And I just fucking dragged every single thing to full. Like I don't really care about any of that. I just want to bring divines and mirror shards into standard. Right? Okay. Now back in here. Where did it go? I mean, sure, that's all pretty reasonable. And a 7 million DPS on single mine is also pretty good. 14k max hit on like basic bitch day 2 gear is pretty good. So it'll be more like that. Which still Hmm. What you cooking? It's an absolution mine elementalist, but so hard for me not to start Holy Relic again. Like, it's just really hard. Okay, so I just switch off of. All right. Pick the names of the guy for Holy Relic, and that's because there were no specters in Holy Relic in the last league. There weren't any. We didn't have specters. The new version that'll be coming out real soon will have specters because we're changing back into it.
Currency rolling socket colors, so I just bought a body armor with the right colors and some resistance. White wins.
He's using Cobra Lash.
This dagger will carry us through all the white
I fucking
and yellow
love Cobra Lash though.
boss damage. Divine Orb this early. This league start is kind of insane already. Let's use this currency.
Why does it look good?
I got my first 2 void stones in around 9 hours, which is not bad considering I spent some extra time completing lower tier maps. Since the league is only 9 hours in, I can't really get the other 2 void stones yet. There are no boss carries available this early, and farming them myself would take too much time. That means it is time to start our early league currency strategy, which is Legion. Legion is probably one of the best strategies during the first couple of days, and this build handles it very well. They also buffed the map crafting options to give 1 extra Legion encounter per map, which is great since scarabs won't be available until day 2 or 3. This is the Atlas tree for the strategy. Along with farming Legion, I am also running Searing Exarch since it requires no investment and gives a good amount of regular currency early on.
Okay.
This
Day
is how
2.
it looks like with
Day 3.
to switch to the ward setup. The problem is, there are no ward belts on the market right now, making it impossible to These new maps can be rolled for increased map drop chance. Tier
Show me. Here we go.
Well, this is actually really good. I'm getting at least 1 tier 17 map almost every run, sometimes even 2 or 3. Plus, I'm dropping a bunch of Dunes maps to sell, which is a nice bonus on top of the main profit. currency
Excuse me?
rolling socket colors.
Pew Ninja, no, not that one. That one. So it's the ward shit. It ends up being ward stuff, which is pretty cool. Yeah, that's just like end game stuff. Gets to use Svalin. Could very easily drop that point for some thing. And just make tailwind boots and then drop that as well. Only a 7k max hit though. Fucking 55 million damage in this setup though. Oh, it's because it doesn't account for ward, right? Because it doesn't account for ward. He is using the gloves though, which means 75% of damage taken bypasses ward. And when are we actually doing filter work? Well, I wanted to, and then I got distracted. The plan today was to do filter work. It goes up a lot. It's so hard for me not to just want to play a Wander. I feel like I just want to be a Wander. But like everyone's doing wands. Like everyone's doing wands though. Second build idea? I don't give a fuck about your second build idea. I mean that in the nicest, most loving way possible, but I only give a shit about your league start ideas. Your second build ideas can go fuck themselves. I couldn't care less. I guess for everyone. I mean, if I do Wander, it's for sure an Elementalist. Right? Elementalist Wander seems... Like, who's got an Elementalist Wander path of building out already? I bet someone does. Fucking everyone.
Now, the first one is most likely the one I'm going to start, which is Elementalist.
Yeah, of course.
I'm going to talk about the pros and cons of each of those, but if you've never played an Elementalist before, I want to quickly talk about Legion of the Primordial. So this node is getting a nerf from 100 to 50% increased effect this patch, which means that your total effect at level 34 when you first get it is going to go down from 180% to 130%. So now
yes. Look at that damage. I mean, the damage is low, but like... Like, damage is low, but it's a wonder. And if you can grandpa it has like Ruchi's idea sounds good for a wonder if you're unkillable. You do more damage? Which one's that? Why is that not taken? Wait, where's the rest of this coming from? Nice, yeah. Okay. I do love that because you are igniting and shocking everything. But that doesn't actually add up. So these are wrong. So these make the enemies deal, right? And so what happens is like they're not additive like that. They're multiplicative, which in this instance is a bad thing. They're slightly worse than that Path of Building says, in the way that this doesn't make you take damage. So from 100 damage that's flat physical, this will make you take 15 as fire, and this will make them deal 15 as fire and 15 as lightning for a total of 30. And then deal 70%, 70 physical to you. Then of that physical, you'll then convert 40% of it to fire, which is so you'll still take 42. What about you have 40% of the physical damage they deal? Oh, wait, that's not taken. No, that is the same. Okay, yeah, you're right. That's the same. Never mind. I thought that was... Yeah, no, I'm wrong. The belt and the wording works the same. So those are additive. Exactly like that. Okay, cool. Yo, that makes Bastion really fucking strong.
It really matters that much, to be honest. Are wonders too squishy? No, I don't think so. I think, like, if you were to ask me how I would build it right now, it's probably either Warden or Slayer Kinetic Blast. For Warden, you don't go Tinctures, and you go Oath of Summer and this and like an Avatar, right? And what you want to do is you want to buff your secondary skill with this, and then for your last Ascendancy, you take the Wall Skills thing, and because you get Shepherds with that. So after you get 4 corrupted items, which I think you can do because you can make 4 uniques corrupted, with your build, you can get like 20,000 armor and you can just spam Ball Molten Shell all the time and you can live like that, right? I think that's one way of doing it. You can also do it with Slayer because Slayer didn't get nerfed at all. And Slayer Wanderer is literally just going to be the same thing as Slayer, like Smite of Divine Judgment. And you just stack Frenzies and you get a bunch of cold damage and you just like annihilate content, right? No Tincture Warden is a no haircut. That's what you think. That's what you think.
Eh. I feel like it's Elementalist.
Now you're only going to get 50% here, but you also get 80% in total from the tree for a total of 130. The quality also gives more buff effect, and you can get more buff effect elsewhere, but for leveling purposes, it is an absolutely ridiculous node.
Look at this. This is level 1. This is when you get your first ascendancy. The dot multi first doesn't really matter. Well, it might, because you might be doing fucking ignite shenanigans at that point still. But like, that's so much out of one ascendancy at like level fucking, what are you, level 30 or whatever it is. Any good wand is going to cost a kidney and a half. Yeah, okay, so here's the real question. Do we start wands because we want to? It looks really fun, and fuck the fact that everyone else is playing, who cares? I'll just start wands because it looks fun and I want to. Or do we look for something different just to be different? Just so I don't have to deal with like the meta. Oh yeah, hello. Any good bloodlines for Holy Relic? Not really. One, I'll cover it in a video that's like really good for really late endgame min-maxing, but that's it. We cannot even afford the materials to craft on. You can though. You can get 180% golem effect. You used to have 180. We'll now have 130. I mean, you can get more later, but like this node gives you 100 to begin with, and this node gives you more, and so you just have those already. But the nerf this league means this node will give you 50 instead of 100. So instead of the 180 we used to have, it'll be 130, which is still really, really, really strong. Right? The thing is, if I start Wander, any breach thing will be fantastic. And I can farm legions, which are also really good. Should come in and kill your map boss? Nah. It'll have enough for map bosses. Yeah, I mean, Holy Relic can do Legion, but not like a Wanderer or a bow character can. Or I could do the other thing I was thinking about, but that's risky because I've never played it. But it also looked really fun. Shit. If I do it, people will copy it. It'll fuck up Yellow's league start. So us ready? Think any of the current Necro Ascendancies will be swapped for one of the new ones? Probably not, no. Okay, here's the backup argument. I had some real good ideas for more late game CI occultist style wanding that I think will be really, really fun. Really, really fun. I think the answer is I should start Holy Relic with an intention of only spending a maximum of like 6 or 7 days on it. Make sure I've tested anything that's changed, tested any of the things, done the video updates, and then just change that character. And the answer, the reason for that is because of content, not because I want a league started again, but because of like content. I have like, we're already getting a Holy Relic question every 45 seconds, right? And like, and then if I don't start it, people will be like, is it bad? Is it bad? How come you didn't do Holy Relic? I was going to do that. Why aren't you doing that? Not just starting Holy Relic for the first time. Oh, the old guides suffice. Then the new guides will come out anyway. Just because I'm not starting it doesn't mean the guides won't be updated. But yes, very little has changed on Holy Relic except we've added specters back in again. But so it'll be a little bit different, but not much. Why specters are in? Yeah, because the specters didn't die every map. It's just that a specter would die every, I don't know, 15 to 20 maps. One specter would die, but those specters cost money. So it was like every 15 to 20 maps, you'd just lose a divine and a half and have to buy a new corpse. And that's fucking unplayable. Like, I don't want that. Now it's one specter might die every 15 or 20 maps. And okay, just finish the rest of that map. And when you launch a new one, ta-da, all your shit's back. So there's no reason to not bring them back in now. right? All right, fuck. Well, I didn't get any filter stuff done. Spectres respawn in new zones now? Yes, the change that happened, or that will be happening this league, is that if a Spectre dies, it remains in that map as like a spectral wisp. It cannot be it will not automatically resurrect in that map. It'll be dead for the rest of that map. But when you go back to a new zone, back to your hideout, launch a new map, anything like that, it'll just reappear. It'll just be there. And it said that they apply to the itemized specters as well. So we can start with charge monkeys in the campaign and it's fine. And then we can buy the good specters once and have them not fucking die. Right? What specters are we going to use? They'll all be in the guide. I've already forgotten their names. But they'll all be in the guide. Yes, and the minion CDR will stay 100% of the time anyway. Even though it doesn't bring us to any new breakpoints, it lets us get to our breakpoints quicker and easier and cheaper, and that's great for our early and mid game. But even in the late game, we're going to keep it. Right? Even in the late game, we're going to keep it because there'll be 3 support specters that will benefit from CDR. I don't think any of them are particularly good. What I do think is that in a fully min-maxed late game version, I'll probably use this because it's pretty good. But it's great, but it won't be in any early path of buildings. It doesn't at the beginning. It doesn't, like, it's not good enough, right? To replace a normal ascendancy node. But late game min max, this is probably worth using. It seems like most elementalist builds could potentially benefit from one of those. What changed with CDR? Nothing changed with the CDR. There's just a mastery for 20% CDR now. That's all. Wasn't as strong as a starter. I didn't see any specific nerfs. I missed something. There were no nerfs and there were buffs to the early and mid game. Early and mid game got buffed. Late game, it'll basically be the same. Limbs not going to pump it up more? They very well might. We haven't seen enough limbs. They very well might. We have not seen enough limbs that are good for us. There very well may be some more limbs. I figured out where the limbs are coming from. They're coming from the mercs. Someone's chopped off all the mercs' arms. Oh no. That's hilarious, though. By raised beast spectre. There's some existing spectre beasts. You know, I actually have no idea. Yeah, it is a category of mob, so I assume it's those. Do we know how many spectral tigers gives us this thing? No idea, but I'm guessing 10, and it also doesn't affect minions. It's like a buff for the player, but not the minion. So, eh. AFK still looking at absolution. Maybe. There's too many options. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. I do know I'm going to jump off and record our videos now. Because now we got everything and we know that all of these nodes are disappointing. So, the content, thank you. But now that we know that all of these nodes are disappointing, I can make the videos and update the build guides because everything else was done except waiting to see if these were good. And they are not. I mean, to be fair, some of them are good. This one's really interesting for a later, excuse me, for a later build. And there's a breach one that we don't know what it does yet. But this one will be very cool for a later build. Yeah, we have 9. The breach one isn't shown yet. Time to jump off. Think about actual recording. I mean, I'm just gonna go do dinner and then record. So I should be back on the computer and recording within an hour, I assume. No, I'm not doing that again. That took way too fucking long. That took way too long. I should have just ordered a burger. Would the burgers take long? I mean, we had mincemeat and I decided to make my own burgers because I do know how to cook. And was it better than burgers I could have ordered? Yeah, Absolutely. It also took 45 fucking minutes. Eat it, dick. I'm never doing that again. It took so long. I was like, surely this will only take me 20 minutes. And then 45 minutes later before I started eating a burger. And I was like, that was too fucking long. Minutes for a burger. We just had we started from scratch. We just had mince meat. I had to make burger patties. I had to like get eggs and fucking do everything. I did everything. It took me 45 minutes. I mean, no, it wasn't worth it. Was it better than a burger I could have ordered? Yes. But I could have ordered a burger in 2 minutes and had it show up at my house 12 minutes later with me doing nothing and then just eaten it and gone about my business. So it just wasn't, it took too long. Fuck that. All right. It's the once every year and a half or so that I like think to myself, you know what? I will cook myself something. And then halfway through, I remember how long cooking takes and how much I fucking hate it. And I get reminded to not cook again for the next year and a half. And that's what happened yesterday. That's what happened the day before yesterday. So I didn't have to. I made burgers from scratch. Like I made the patties. Like I know how to cook. Surprise, it's not fucking hard. It's just not fun, enjoyable, or worth your time. You think it takes 2 minutes to make burger patties? Yeah, what they're thinking is that you take burger patties that are already made out of the fridge or freezer and just cook them. They're just thinking about just that bit rather than like making burger patties. And 5 minutes to make burger patties? Yeah, it takes 5 minutes. It does not take 5 minutes. It was 45 minutes to make and cook. And then to make and cook a burger patty? Right, okay, and all of the other things that go with it? What are you talking about? It's not just a burger patty on bread. You gotta get fucking onions. You gotta slice up tomatoes. You gotta get a little bit of lettuce. You gotta get all those things out of the fridge. You gotta fucking season it. You gotta fucking do all that. You gotta get some cheese. You gotta slice the cheese up. All this shit has to come out of the fridge. When you're done using it, you got to rewrap it all and put it back in the fridge. If you think that taking 45 minutes to make burgers from scratch is an unreasonable amount, you are either time clueless like I am or absolutely fucking clueless. And I know you're not clueless because I know you can cook. I think you just don't know what time is. This is what happens when Woberg estimates how long it takes to make stuff, though. This is what happens, right? What'll happen is Woberg will go into his kitchen, which is set up way better than mine and has way more room. He doesn't even have to clear off a bench before he can start using. Like I have to clear bench space before I can even start doing anything, right? It's way set up better than mine, right? And then he gets out all the stuff he needs from front to end because he already knows it all because he was a chef, and puts everything out that he needs, and then starts the timer. It's already been 15 minutes. It's already been 15 minutes, but he doesn't count any of that. And then starts the timer. And then he's a chef, so he knows the perfect thing to do everything in the right order perfectly. And he's probably got fucking patties in the oven in like, I don't know, fucking 6-8 minutes instead of the 12 it took me. What did I do? You couldn't. It's been 2 minutes since I started. You wouldn't have enough bench space in my kitchen to start in 2 minutes. I don't know, the little fucking thing that's this big that's above the oven that's attached to my oven, but you like fucking, you pull the drawer out, you put it on the things, and you turn the thing on that has like a coil on the roof. I don't know what the fuck that's called. It's part of my oven, but it's the top bit. Well, not the top bit, the under top bit. Whatever. There's a grill? Sure. That bit. Alright. I'm hitting the button. I'm going. But I stand by 45 minutes to make burgers from scratch is as fast as most people could reasonably do it. Goodbye.